everyone will play along here. Okay, salute to the flag. Ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, now you can sit. Okay, before we get started, some of our staff will be coming through Zoom, and then again, anybody can watch City's website, YouTube, or Spectrum Channel 2. We will do a roll call for all three meetings. Will be the Public Financing Authority, Successor Agency, and obviously the regular scheduled meeting. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. For the Turlock City Council meeting, I have Councilmember Ariano. Here. Councilmember Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Nazrati.
Here.
Councilmember Esquer.
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. For the Public Financing Authority meeting, I have Agency Member Ariano. Here. Agency Member Larson.
Here.
Agency Member Nazrati.
Still here.
Agency Member Esquer.
Yes.
And Chair Bublak.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. For the last meeting, I have the Successor Agency to the Turlock Redevelopment Agency meeting. I have Agency Member Ariano.
Yes.
Agency Member Larson.
Yes.
Agency Member Nazrati.
Yes.
Agency Member Esquer.
Yes.
And Chair Bublak.
Yes, we are all present for all three meetings. Moving on to the declaration of conflicts of interest. For all three meetings, are there any that we need to do it independent, or can we do it all three at the same time? Are there any declarations of conflicts of interest?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay, then I don't think we need a roll call for that. We have a 5 times 3. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Our closed session will happen at the end of this evening. Approval of agenda as posted or amended.
So moved.
We have a motion
Seconded.
and a second. Clerk, call the roll, please.
Approving the agenda as posted, Councilmember Ariano.
Yes.
Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
Councilmember Nazrati.
Yes.
Councilmember Esquer.
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes. All right, for proclamations, here we go. We have Employee of the Month, and this is Terry Knighty, and he is the Building Inspector, Development Services Department and Building Division. Is Terry listening in, or are we just showing a photo of him?
Mayor, I'm not certain if he's on the line, but we do have a nice photo of our employee of the month.
Outstanding. Director Bray is trying to get in there and get some coverage, though. Let's see that. Terry has been named the City of Turlock Employee of the Month for September 2020. Terry was nominated for his positive attitude and consistently going above and beyond to help customers and coworkers. Terry always looks for the good in everything, and he can put a positive spin on any negative situation and looks at challenges as a learning opportunity. Customers often compliment Terry on how friendly and helpful he is. Terry always comes into the office with a smile and is willing to help others in any way he can. Terry brightens up the office with his kind and positive attitude. It is often said that if Terry could pick up a hammer and help customers build their project, he would. Terry has been employed with the City of Turlock since June of 2016, when he transitioned from construction to inspection. Terry brings over 25 years of construction experience ranging from residential, commercial, industrial, and institutional projects. Terry previously held both contractors and realtors licenses that have been contributed to the experience he brings to the building division. I would like all of you to share with me and applaud for Terry. Do you see him on there as far as calling in to accept his accolades?
There's a couple numbers that I am not familiar with, Mayor, but I do not see his name. If our Employee of the Month, Terry, is on the line and would like to say anything, if you'd please raise your hand now. Thank you, Mayor. I don't believe he's on the line.
All right, well, thank you, Terry, again for your work. We really do appreciate you. Moving on to the proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So, am I reading the proclamation first, Mr. Wells? Okay. In honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2020, it is estimated that over 279,000 men and women will be diagnosed with breast cancer for the year 2020. Out of those cases, 2,620 will be men and the rest women. To increase awareness of this disease, October has been designated as Breast Cancer Awareness. For the past 8 years, Turlock firefighters have sold pink shirts each October to raise cancer awareness and funds for the Bill and Elsie Alum Cancer Endowment to benefit our local community, and express thanks to those who have joined the successful campaign, of which $128,000 has been donated towards those endowment. 2020 has been a powerful reminder that we're all in this together and that our actions and choice have the power to protect the most vulnerable, provide help, and inspire others. Now therefore I, Amy Bublak, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Turlock and on behalf of the entire city council and our citizens, do hereby proclaim October 2020 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Turlock and urge all citizens to support this annual campaign to raise awareness for this very worthy cause. I believe that we're going to have Fire Chief. You have something?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor, Honorable Council. As you know, each October for the past 8 years, the firefighters Random Acts of Kindness Committee has had our Pink Shirt campaign, which is, in my opinion, the best campaign they do during the year to bring awareness to breast cancer. Unfortunately, this year is not like any other year with COVID. With COVID in place, the partners that the fire department utilizes, specifically the schools and the hospital, being closed to the public, made it virtually impossible for them to continue with the campaign this year. While they regret this, they're looking forward to next year to bringing it back even stronger. I'd like to remind everybody to please get tested, be aware of breast cancer. If one thing the police department did take up, the Turlock SWAT Association does have shirts available if you'd like to purchase one. So they are taking on that tradition as well. Anyway, just unfortunately this year, unlike any other year, the fire department, in the past 8 years has raised well over $100,000 for the campaign. This year they would be in a deficit, wouldn't make money on it just based on the distribution and everything. So unfortunately, it just isn't happening this year.
Well, we appreciate all that they've done previously, and there's still ability to give to the cause anyway. And so we hope that people recognize that. We've all know someone who's had it, and that's very close to all of our hearts. Okay, moving on to public participation. We will have the clerk identify.
Thank you, Mayor. For members of the public, they will be given an opportunity to address council on items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council and on any item on tonight's agenda. For items listed on the agenda, we ask that you please defer your comments until that item is heard by the council. For those who are interested in addressing the council, please press the raise your hand feature on your screen, or you may dial *9 from your telephone keypad once the mayor opens public comment and before she closes public comment. Members of the public will be allotted 3 minutes for comments, and comments will be taken in the order of which the requests are received. When it is a member's turn to speak, they will hear an automated prompt indicating their line has been unmuted, and that is when their 3 minutes will begin. Lastly, we request members who choose to address the council to please state their first and last name in the event that any follow-up is needed. However, that is not mandatory.
Mayor, before you open it up, there was
Yes,
a
sir.
couple comments I was hoping to make.
Certainly.
So Mayor and Council, I understand that, we're heading into election season, and I'm very aware of all of the challenges and heightened emotions that come with it. But I wanted to take a moment just to remind everybody of the code of conduct that's included in our city council and elected official and public handbook, specifically on 17 and 18 when it relates to the conduct of our members. The professional, I want to read from page 18. This would be item under chapter 7B3. Quote, the professional and personal conduct of members must be above reproach and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of the council, boards and commissions, the staff, or public. So I'm very aware of how emotions can be heightened during election season, but I do want to re-emphasize and reiterate the agreed upon standard which elected officials and officials of the city are held to. and make sure that we kind of reaffirm our beyond our goal, but really the necessity to adhere to those principles that we've agreed to in advance. Those are things that, as a city attorney, I continue to monitor. And if they do get out of hand, then it would require and necessitate that they be sent to our ethics committee, that would review those issues. But again, take into account, again, with COVID, with everything that's going on this year, it's a heightened emotional issue. But whether the forum is at the dais or whether the forum's on social media or in person or on the phone, that's the standard that we've all agreed to that we would adhere to. And that's the standard which we would be judged by. And so I would just kind of like to take that moment to reiterate that standard going into the next 30 plus days. So Mayor, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but that was just the only comment I wanted to make before we get started.
Questions for Mr. White? Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll open the public participation. First
Thank you.
caller,
Thank you, Mayor. The first caller, I have the last name Bridegroom.
Mr. Bridegroom.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I formally submit a censure request of Councilman Nasrati. His words and actions are dividing our community and fanning the flames of racial hatred. He is attacking recently retired Police Chief Amafar and individuals in our community, calling them white supremacists, racist villains, and the source of chaos. His threatened legal action against people whose only crime was to state documented truths, and posted comments that even he apparently realized would be easily interpreted as a threat to, and I quote, your existence or livelihood, end of quote. He has so enraged his supporters with lies that they post that they hope people die. His actions are serious violations of the council handbook and civility code. Earlier this year, Councilmember Larson stated, I was elected by you guys, referring to the public, not by them, referring to the other council members. I would take a complaint request very seriously. This is not a club where we feel like we are indebted to each other in any way. You trust your elected officials to keep elected officials, all of us, to that standard, referring to the civility code. When this issue came up in December of last year, the mayor stated, we have the code of conduct that we are all supposed to acknowledge and watch over each other. We are supposed to be leaders. And then went on to ask the city manager and city attorney to ensure that all council members reviewed the council handbook and civility code. Councilmember Larson has had a censure request for weeks now and done nothing. If this council continues to do nothing, you are condoning and enabling Nasrati's destructive behavior of both himself and our community, along with demonstrating that you have no real commitment to the Say No to Hate campaign and that your word is worthless. Councilman Esquer, you say you put the Say No to Hate poster in your window. But in my opinion, that is meaningless if when you see hate spewed by a fellow council member and you do nothing. So we await one of you to say you are willing to submit a complaint, at which time we will supply the documentation required for the Rules Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Thank you, Mayor. The next caller, I have the last four digits, 1274.
Mr. Treeweiler, are you there?
Good evening, Council and Turlock citizens. Milt Treeweiler. In the 6 years I've attended council meetings, I've learned a lot about our city's finances. We have a great opportunity here in Turlock at this election time. In a report the state published last year, it showed that almost all cities in California were in financial distress. In Turlock, we can be ahead of the nearby cities in the Central Valley by voting yes on Measure A. This will give us a head start to make sure we remain financially solvent. This will solve our problems for the revenue that we need to keep our city out of bankruptcy. I will guarantee you Measure A will not be a burden on anyone in our city. Yes, we will contribute 3/4 of a cent, but so will the 1,200 people or more who come to our city every day. They come from all towns surrounding us and from the cities of Ceres, Merced, and Modesto. Remember, all that revenue stays right here in Turlock. In an economic report, the City Commission in 2017, it found we draw shoppers from an area with several $billion of value. It would be really shameful if we passed up this opportunity. This sales tax will allow us to collect revenue from all these people outside of our city. Most of these people come to Turlock because our great stores and fine restaurants, and there is no other way we can obtain this additional revenue for our city. A sales tax is the only equitable form of tax there is. It is not a burden on people with low incomes or people on a fixed income. It's not a burden on people with high incomes. This is a great opportunity we don't want to pass up. Vote yes for Turlock. Vote yes for Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller?
The next caller, I have the last name Walks.
Ms. Fox?
Yes, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Good. So I have an objection to make. I tried to put my ballot in a locked box in City Hall today. When I got there at approximately 11 o'clock, there was a line outside of people. I think there were about 12 people. And one man found out that you are not going to be opening the lobby until 1 o'clock, from 1 to 5. It took forever to find a locked box in Turlock other than yours, a locked room where it wouldn't be outside at night, where my ballot would be safe. And I'm wanting to object to those hours. I did call the registrar, and she thought it was kind of strange that those were your hours between 1 and 5. So I'm asking you to reconsider, please, and open it in the morning so that we can get our ballots in. Thank you.
Next caller?
The next caller, I have the last name Camara.
Mr. Camara?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
You can hear me? Okay. Yes, I see here 3 minutes. I would like to second the comments. I appreciate the disclaimer that Attorney Doug White had said at the beginning of the public comment period. But I would like to second Mr. Ron Bridegroom's request for censure of Andrew Nasrati. I'm going to read directly from his Medium blog that appears online. If anybody's interested, you just type in Medium Andrew Nasrati, and I'm sure they can find it simple enough, easy enough. The following text appears addressing, let's see here, September 11th, 2020, in his addressing Mrs. Rebecca Moniz. Let's see here. So this is in response to a late July city council meeting where he called, he identified myself and Mr. Ron Bridegroom and criticized us very late in that city council meeting, called us out and criticized us for our engagement, essentially our political engagement, our wanting to participate in these local political conversations, reprimanding us, encouraging us to run for office, and berating us that we do not represent the will of the majority of Turlockians, and that we should do the hard work, that we should knock on doors, that we should campaign, and that we should become elected officials, apparently, to participate in this conversation. So we're going to read from his blog just 2 weeks later, 2-3 weeks later. He is stated, I am telling the people of this city they do not need to be elected officials to save it or to contribute to meaningful change. Inspired, passionate residents I speak to do change this city. Every time we speak to one another, you are shaping the future of this city. Sitting at the council, I try to instill in my community that they are capable of changing the town they live in. With hard work and commitment, they can make it more reflective of what they want to see. I remind them that we, as public servants, need their community to support them, to guide them. So, the obvious hypocrisy that he's demonstrating here. Apparently, he's encouraging those that would agree with him and his worldview and his political perspective, while attacking and berating by name residents and citizens of the public here in Turlock, myself and Mr. Bridegroom, for simply voicing our opinion and doing exactly what he's encouraging his supposed followers and advocates to
Mr.
do.
Camaro,
So,
thank you. Your time's up, sir.
oh, sorry about that. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Next caller?
The next caller, I have the name WCAM Studios.
Go ahead, caller. Hello?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, City Council. Yes, I'm calling in because we can't attend any public meetings now because of all of this Shanghai Shivers hoopla. But I just wanted to call and say that I found the behavior of Andrew Nosrati as of late to be very disingenuous, in that he would approach other people under false pretenses, saying that he wanted to have a discussion with me and a dialogue. And when that dialogue doesn't go the way that he wants it to, when he's unable to out-argue me or debate his points, like a man-child, he wants to label me as a white supremacist and then broadcast those baseless accusations across different social media platforms. This isn't just cringe-lord behavior, it's also unbecoming of a public official. Furthermore, while I have the floor, we're officially pulling your card, Andrew Nosrati. You no longer get to run around with the card of a victim or waving your finger of shame at anyone. Because last time I checked, it was Americans who stepped up and opened their doors and received Assyrians and rescued them from the Assyrian genocide. And it was Americans who stepped up and stormed the beaches of Normandy and rescued the Jews from the Holocaust. Americans went and died face down, deep in the mud, to save Vietnam from the commies. And you, sir, would like to open the doors and just roll out the red carpet for them. Well, I find your behavior despicable and your accusations baseless. Moving on, though, from that, as far as like the T-shirts that were being hawked by the fire department, frankly, the citizens of Turlock pay way too much for city employees that have health benefits to be pitched for an additional charge for a T-shirt. They should just be printing those out and handing them out. Thank you very much, citizens of Turlock, for footing the entire bill for our health benefits so that we don't have to pay a co-payment, or we can get it deferred if we get our spouse to pick up the insurance. That's all I have. WCAM Studios, have a good night.
Next caller.
Next caller, I have the last name Sims.
Miss Sims?
Hi there, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank the members of the City Council for pushing forward with the Community Advisory Board to the police. It's an important step for our community, and I just wanted to say that I am very, very happy to see it become a reality, and I wanted to thank you all for your work in pushing that forward. I also wanted to thank you for recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I would like to encourage the members of the council to show their support at the first Turlock Women's March this Saturday, wearing pink and masks, of course. In addition, I wanted to take a moment to thank Councilmember Nosrati, who is my district representative, for his dedicated service to our community and resilience in the face of lies and aggression. I am grateful for your work, and I am deeply saddened to see so many members of our community choosing to waste so much time and energy on this divisive, hateful rhetoric. Finally, this election is incredibly important, especially with Measure A on the ballot, and I would love to see the council more actively engaging with the community to ensure they know how to properly vote here in Turlock this year. There is some confusion about submitting ballots correctly, and as our city leaders, I hope to see you rising up to assist and educate your community so that everyone can feel comfortable and confident about submitting their ballot this year. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller?
The next caller, I have the last name Puffer.
Mr. Puffer?
No.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
A couple of items. I know that the council's been in labor negotiations with the unions, and where I'm not privy to everything, the rumors I've been hearing is that there's been a significant change in healthcare costs of the city through the unions conceding, which is very nice of them, and some good negotiations. So that's a good step in the right direction. There was a caller wondering about this city hours, and the 1 to 5 was instigated because there's not enough employees right now to keep City Hall open 8 hours a day, which is another reason why it's very imperative that Measure A passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller?
The next caller, I have the last 4 digits, 8810.
Caller 8810? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Black and City Council. This is Mary Jackson. I would like to start by thanking City Attorney Doug White for his comments before tonight's public comment part of the meeting, as well as for the rest of the meeting. Obviously, some people still need to be reminded. I am calling to offer a huge thank you to Turlock Scavenger owners, Alan, Kathy, and Jesse Marchant, and their staff for donating their time and a huge drop box on September 10th along the railroad tracks on 1st Street at 6:30 in the morning. In less than 2 hours, a small group of volunteers, along with several of the men and women living on the tracks, filled that drop box in less than 2 hours. This was done without media attention and politics. And if politics were started, let me tell you, I stopped them. Every attempt was made to be as respectful as we could to the men and women attempting to survive there without sanitation and water. This was set forth by City Council members Andrew Nazarati and Gillis Scare. So just for everyone's information, every fall since 2008, I have organized with our neighborhood services, Turlock Shines, which is to clean up the entrances in and around Turlock and all around Turlock. If you are interested in our next cleanup, we're going to try to clean from Lander to West Avenue along the railroad tracks. Please contact City Council member Gillis Scare. Second, I wanted to publicly thank Danny Mann, who I ran into at the Downtown Property Association meeting. Danny Mann, for the last 20 years, has been volunteering in downtown Turlock. And I told him I was going to do this, and I wanted to do this in person, but we can't meet yet. This man and his staff has put up Christmas lights and lights around the downtown businesses and found electrical cords for Christmas parades and done and 4th of July parades. You name it, he's probably done it in downtown. And I appreciate what he does with his staff, and I know Travis Regallo has also helped as well. And so I have worked with Mayor Bublak before on a resolution, and I would like to do one when we can be back in public. So I really hope that several of the comments previously, I will be very quick and wrap this up, I thought were a little out of line. I hope you can use the mute button, because I believe some people are trying to push an agenda that they've been told not to. They were told not to at the last meeting, and it really needs to stop. Thank you, and have a good meeting. Bye-bye.
Next caller.
The next caller, I have the last four digits, 1791.
Caller 1791.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Those were some pretty serious accusations against Mr. Nosrati that I heard. Now, I'm not going to make any judgments, but I'm wondering where I could go for the full context of those statements so that I can make up my own mind about them.
What are you asking?
Is there any social media posts, sites anywhere, any newsletters that have the full context of these alleged comments made by Mr. Nosrati?
I'm sure if you go out there on social media, you'll find it, but that's not our place to be soliciting those things.
And you're welcome to contact me with any questions.
All right. I presume the data for that's on the Turlock City website?
Yeah, it's a Nosrati at turlock.ca.us. But yeah, it's on the city website. Yeah.
Anything else?
So that's all I can think of at this time.
Okay. Next caller.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, there are no other members of the public that would like to address the council during public participation.
All right, we will close the public hearing.
Respond to some of the allegations. So I just want to respond to some of the comments there. To Mr. Bridegroom that is making suggestions that what I'm doing is spewing hate. I just want him to know that at the end of the day, there is a very personal attack against me, my character, and a politically motivated campaign that I'm not trying to create hate, but really defend my character, defend the actions that I've done, and put the truth out there so people can see it. If there are people that are aggressively involved in political activity, they are putting themselves in a position to be spoken directly to. And then related to WCAM Studios accusation related to me suggesting that he was a white supremacist, I will encourage everyone to search that channel's name on YouTube and look at the content that he puts out there. And I would gladly talk with anyone related to the exchanges that we've had there. And yeah, the other is there is a political campaign and activity going on. So it's good to know the context.
To one of the callers calling in saying that that me, Councilmember Larson, is not quote unquote doing anything about it. I am in talks with our city attorney, monitoring the situation, and I can't speak for Councilmember Scarab, but on the Rules Committee, we take these issues extremely seriously. In order for those to come to us, we're working with our city attorney on those issues to monitor the situation to that point. So. And I've responded to any to the requests from citizens as well.
Okay. And moving on to motion waiving reading of all ordinances and agenda, we have none. Consent calendar, are there any items to be pulled off independent? If not, a motion and a second. We have a motion?
Seconded?
And a second. There's a pause. Clerk, call the roll.
Adopting the consent calendar, Councilmember Ariano,
Yes.
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Nazrati,
Yes?
Councilmember Esquer,
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes, they all pass. Moving on to item 7, final readings, there are none. Item 8, public hearings, a request to confirm the annexation of 4600 Colorado Avenue in the Legends North number 4 Landscaping and Lighting Benefit Assessment District. The resolution is confirming this. And Mr. Bray, do you have anything, sir?
I do. I was going to just explain the process since this one is a little bit different, if the council would like me to.
Yes. Absolutely. Share with us,
Okay,
please.
excellent. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This item before you tonight is, like the mayor indicated, it's confirming the annexation of tentative subdivision map 2020-01 into the existing assessment district created by Legends North number 4. Tentative subdivision map 2021 was approved by the Planning Commission on June 4th, 2020. And it subdivides the lot located at 4600 Colorado into a 6-parcel residential subdivision. The conditions of approval require the developer to agree to the formation of an assessment district. What's unique about this one is this parcel is adjacent to the boundary of existing assessment district, Legends North number 4, and contains similar maintenance items. Therefore, instead of creating a new assessment district, this development is allowed to annex into the adjacent assessment district. This process satisfies the conditions of approval for tentative subdivision map 2020-01, and the property owner of the development has provided written consent, which allows this annexation to proceed. And so that's what's unique about this one. And that concludes my discussion. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from Mr. Bray? All right, we'll open it to the public in regard to this assessment district. Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, was there a question I didn't hear?
No, we're moving on to public hearing, so just in case somebody has a question. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. My apologies. I was taking it off so he could hear everybody else. Okay, we're going to open it to the public on this assessment district question. Anybody interested in calling in?
If there's any member of the public that would like to address the council regarding this item, please raise your hand now. Thank you, Mayor. No member of the public would like to address the council regarding this item.
Outstanding explanation, Mr. Bray. Nobody has questions. All right, what is the will of council on this resolution?
Move to approve.
We have a motion
Seconded.
and a second. Clerk, call the roller, please.
Councilmember Ariano?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nazrati?
Yes.
Councilmember Esquer?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0. Moving on to action item 9A. It is a request to approve tentative agreements, memorandums of understanding with the city between TAPO, T-MAPS Management, and Confidential. Miss Eddie? Uh-oh. Are you hot?
Do I have to turn this one off?
All right, that's awesome.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Miss
you.
Eddie.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. This item is being brought to you by the efforts through our negotiations process, and Kevin Dale is on the, well, it's not on the line.
Can you bring it a little closer to you for us, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Kevin Dale is with us, and he will be presenting this item.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Dale.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. This is Kevin Dale. I serve as the city's labor negotiator. I am before you this evening on item number 9A with a resolution, and I am proud to report that we have 4 tentative agreements that have been reached regarding 2020-21 labor negotiations. By way of background, you may recall that during the last round of negotiations, the city made some relatively significant changes to the health and welfare plan design. That did introduce a new high deductible healthcare plan, as well as a PPO plan with a variety of deductibles and co-insurance requirements. Having completed that round of negotiations, we then entered into this round of negotiations, which is for 2020-2021. And this is essentially, this is a form of concession bargaining. And the city did come to the bargaining table seeking to have employees participate in paying premiums toward health and welfare benefits. And so at this point, we do have tentative agreements signed by the Turlock Associated Police Officers, the Turlock Management Association Public Safety, the management employees, and the confidential employees. The tentative agreements result in the employees agreeing to contribute 5% toward the medical, dental, and vision benefit premiums effective on January 1, 2021, or as soon as administratively feasible thereafter. Further, the tentative agreements also include the formation of a joint labor management committee, which is charged with studying recommendations set forth in the CPAC report related to potential changes on our prescription plan. The Joint Labor Management Committee has already conducted its initial meetings and will continue meeting with the goal of bringing forward some non-binding recommendations back to the council by no later than March 30, 2021. The tentative agreements also include the holiday time that the district has, or that the city has provided in recent years, 40 hours during the holiday, et cetera. And right now there are two groups that we are continuing to meet with. That is the Turlock Firefighters Group, as well as the TCA, the Turlock City Employees Association. So we are continuing to meet with those two unions, and we are endeavoring to seek tentative agreements with them as well in the days to come. So at this time, the city staff is requesting that the council approve the resolution to ratify and approve the 4 tentative agreements that are before the council this evening. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Dale or Miss Eddy? All right, we're going to open it to the public. Madam Clerk?
If any member of the public would like to address the council regarding this item, please raise your hand now. Thank you, Mayor. There's no member of the public that would like to address the council regarding this item.
All right, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back for comment and or action.
I have a comment.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank the employees for their commitment to our organization. I know it's never easy putting money back on the table, but it's necessary during these times, and I applaud the unions for coming to the table and being willing to negotiate with management. It's not been easy for us to want to do this as a group, and we just really want to thank the employees themselves. I know that they work hard every day, and if we didn't have to do this, we wouldn't. But unfortunately, these are the times that we're in, and I applaud them moving in a positive direction and making sure that we can keep our doors open and have a productive city as we do now. And thank you to the rest of the council for being diligent and pursuant, and just happy that we're moving forward with some big items that we needed to conquer. And especially during 2020, everything's been rough. Nothing has been easy, and if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. So anyway, thank you for all of your hard work, dedication. We do value you, and we want to move forward as a group. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, a motion for the resolution?
Move to adopt.
We have a motion.
Seconded.
And a second. Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Ariano?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nisrati?
Yes.
Councilmember Esquer?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Dale. Thank you, Miss Eddy. Moving on to action item number 9B. Request to adopt a resolution of intent to vacate all right-of-way of that certain city street known as Isaac Way and notice of public hearing. Mr. Bray?
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and council members. I have a slide I'm going to put up, so I'm going to share my screen and we'll see how this works. Hopefully it works well. Okay, are you able to see
Yes.
the screen identifying Isaac Way with the blue side on the side?
We're good.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So the item before you tonight is to adopt a resolution of intent to vacate the right-of-way of Isaac Way. This action directs staff to hold a public hearing and post notices at the site identifying the public hearing. So this action does not abandon the right-of-way. This action instead directs staff, if approved, directs staff to hold a public hearing at the November 10th City Council meeting. Staff received a request for abandonment of Isaac Way to facilitate a new development. Currently, the parcel is at the southwest corner. Let's see here. Let's see if I can do this well. Sorry. I had some animation, but it's not working. So the parcel's on the southwest corner. So the large building that is white is, and the vacant 3 parcels to the right or to the west on the southeast corner of Isaac Way. And I can use my mouse. So right here, and these parcels right here are currently under the same ownership. The property owner is going through the entitlement process for a new business located on these 3 vacant parcels. The California Streets and Highways Code requires that the City Council authorize the abandonment of all city-owned property, and that includes streets and easements. In making this decision, the City Council should consider the general plan conformity finding from the Planning Commission. On October 1st, 2020, the Planning Commission found that abandonment of Isaac Way to be in conformance with the general plan by a 4-to-1 vote. Again, this item does not approve or reject the abandonment of Isaac Way. This item directs staff to proceed with setting up a public hearing. This is done in accordance with the California Streets and Highways Code, and it's a little awkward, but that is the process that code identifies. And so that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Bray? All right, there are none, so we will open it to the public. Public's wishing to speak in regard to Isaac Way.
Thank you, Mayor. If any member of the public would like to address the council regarding this item, please raise your hand. Mayor, we have a caller with the name Brian.
All righty, caller Brian.
Hi, this is Brian Jones. I'm with North Star Engineering Group, and I'm here on behalf of Dolores and Louis Baptista. They own the property to the south. So I'd like to thank the mayor, the council members, and city staff for a fine presentation. We also spoke at the Planning Commission hearing, and which wasn't the appropriate place to make any changes to the proposed abandonment, but we'd like to share our concerns for consideration by council moving forward. And I think that our concerns can be addressed in a mutually beneficial way with SAMA Properties and their development. So when Isaac Way was constructed, it was constructed in coordination between the Baptistas and George Rose, and it was initially put there to provide access to their property being the Baptista property. So access is one thing, and we'll acknowledge that there are other ways to access the site, but that would be the most convenient way. They could extend the road a little bit and put a bulb in and serve the parcels on each side of that extension, and it would work rather well with very little construction cost. In addition to that, which is equally or more important, is there's a sewer system in Liberty Square Parkway and Isaac Way, which is actually several feet lower than the main line out in Tegner Road. And at the end of Liberty Square Road, there's a lift station that lifts the sewer up into the main line in Tegner, and then it flows north. So if they were trying to extend that sewer line down Tegner and then across to Rubel and up into their property, it would be too high to serve the property. There wouldn't be enough cover. But with the artificial depth in Isaac Way, it could easily serve the property, utilizing the lift station that's already in there. And lift stations are expensive, and they require maintenance. And I'm sure the city would like to limit the number of lift stations within the city. So I think it could be mutually beneficial if we could utilize the sewer line in Isaac Way. In addition, there's a water line in Isaac Way that would also be helpful. Maybe not quite as critical, but still helpful. And in addition to that, there's dry utilities in the PUE that's, and I'm not sure which side of the road the dry utilities are in. Unfortunately, I don't have plans for that. I'm hopeful that they might be on the west side of Isaac Way, which would accommodate the abandonment of the 10-foot PUE on the east side.
All right, thank you, sir. Your time's up.
Okay.
Are there any other callers? Mr. Bray, I'm expecting you to be able to find some questions out of that at the end if you could, sir, but let's go on. Are there any other callers?
Would it be possible to grant him an additional time in the event that there's any additional items to speak to, seeing as, his property being located there for consideration?
Absolutely, if somebody else is agreeing. Sure, I'll say, Mr. Jones, are you still there?
Let me unmute him, Mayor.
All right.
There we go.
Sorry.
So I can make it quick.
Okay, there you go.
I can make it quick to finish up. So there's two ways that I think we could accommodate it. One is to leave the right-of-way in place and maybe process a PD with an exception for the 10-foot setback, which is why they're requesting the abandonment of Isaac Way, so they can move the building 10 feet closer to the current right-of-way. Understandably, that adds a little more entitlement processing, a little more time. And so in order to help avoid that, if we could get a private easement for access and a public utility easement for the sewer and water line in Isaac Way, and figure out where the dry utilities are, which side of the road they're on, so we can determine the best way to handle that. We would certainly hope that we could work together in a mutually beneficial way and serve the best interest of both properties. And I think I can finish there.
Thank you for that. We'll hang on, because we're going to have a couple more people if they do call in, and then we'll have Mr. Bray try and respond to those.
Thank you, Mayor. I have another caller with the last four digits, 1274.
Mr. Treeweiler. Go ahead, Mr. Treeweiler.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I did attend the Planning Commission meeting, and it was the will of the Planning Commissioners that the right-of-way be preserved. It was discussed, but they did realize that the final decision was up to you, the City Council. But the Baptiste's property is the two fields on the bottom of the picture, the south side of the picture, and that's why it is, of course, so important that they get this. And the presenter just gave an excellent reason for wanting to use this right-of-way for the utilities. So I think it was in the spirit of the Planning Commission that the right-of-way be preserved for the property to the south of down Isaac. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, there are no other callers that would like to address the council regarding this item.
All right, Mr. Bray, can you speak to some of the things Mr. Jones said?
I do, yeah. Brian Jones gave an excellent presentation, as he did at the Planning Commission as well. The items that Mr. Jones spoke about as it relates to the utilities, those can be accomplished multiple ways. One of the ways is creating a utility easement, as he spoke about. There are definite benefits to that. It doesn't preclude or limit the property owner to the south their development conditions to develop the frontage along Rubel Road. It provides a secondary option for them. But the main purpose for tonight, and I think we've kind of gotten a little bit of it ahead of ourselves, the main purpose for tonight is not to determine whether Isaac should be abandoned or it should not be abandoned, or even if there should be certain easements or restrictions that are placed upon it. It really is to determine if this is something the council would like to consider and allow staff to post notices on site and hold a formal public hearing. There are multiple ways to achieve the development that is wanting to occur out there. Mr. Jones spoke about a PD or a planned development. That is one of the ways. Basically, the development on the southeast corner that will utilize those vacant 3 lots. In order to fit the building that they are proposing to install or develop and build on that site, it does not fit within the development conditions, your standard setbacks as it relates to the side of the building. That's the primary concern. So the developer would either need to go through a plan development, which is a general plan amendment. It is a lengthy process. I want to say it probably takes about 6 months. So that would delay the developer that wants to develop today for a future use in the future. The other alternative is to have the property owner redesign their site and have a smaller site plan that fits within the developable area, no longer needing the abandonment nor the plan development. These are a couple different options. But again, the council isn't being asked to abandon the Isaac Way or the right of way this evening. It really is setting up the next process.
Questions, comments? Comment, yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, Nathan, I understand what you just said there, but it concerns me that if we go forward and then I've seen how sometimes it's hard to stop the bus once it gets rolling. And I'd hate to see us put a burden on one property owner, over another. And the part about the sewer, that kind of concerned me there, because it seems like that would be pretty extensive expense, I guess, for if they wanted to hook up to that. So I'm concerned now. I don't know that moving forward for me would. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with it at this point.
So just to clarify, we're asking to set the public hearing, right? And the public hearing where all of that information would be then further vetted to make that determination. Mm-hmm. So we would ask to not make a decision on the basis of this preliminary step. The public hearing is when all of that information would be the appropriate place to vet and make that determination. Recognize the 20-acre parcel to the south, that it is that parcel's responsibility to provide its utility services. And there are ample ways to do that, one of which is through Isaac, but there are other ways as well. And so this dialogue helps us to understand so that at the public hearing we can have a full vetting of that and allow you to have all the information to make an informed decision moving forward. But that's following the process. That would be what that's the request, is to make it, follow the normal process.
So the process is that all the property owners are notified adjacent to those streets, and then they have an opportunity to come back at the public hearing and voice their concerns. And prior to that, working with the planning department to make sure that maybe there's an alternate way to
Address.
receive, or it sounded like they wanted to do an expansion, but the 10-foot setbacks were the,
Well, there's several different options to
Okay.
mitigate those concerns. And so if we set the public hearing, then we can work with them to see if there's a mitigation that we can come up that would be mutually agreeable.
so it's our expectation that they would be working with the planning department to come up with other alternatives other than,
We would look for council direction on,
so our role as policymakers would be to set the public hearing, and your role as staff would be try to mitigate every possible outcome or opportunity or
Correct.
option that they would have in order to, not abandoning or abandon. It seemed like that 20-acre parcel would be a little bit landlocked, and it's Alex
No,
or
not-
Isaac Way is a little bit easier access to that.
it's not
but-
landlocked. Recognize they've got all the frontage in the world, right?
From Rubel, but from the,
That's their frontage, right?
Okay.
That is their responsibility for ultimate development. So they're not landlocked in any way.
but I think
Is it-
maybe what Councilman Esquer was trying to allude to is we wanted to make sure that we had every possibility for every opportunity for each parcel member or owner to make sure that they understood what the process was.
Correct, and that's,
Yeah.
by setting the public hearing, that sets the formal noticing process so that everybody gets that same information.
Yes.
What is the zoning for the properties in the adjacent spaces?
I believe they're zoned industrial, right, Nathan?
They are, yeah, the adjacent, the 3 vacant that are looking to be developed, Councilmember.
As well as the one to the south?
I believe that is industrial as well.
Okay.
It is right now farmed. It is, farming is an allowable use out there. It hasn't been developed.
Thank you.
And if I could answer Councilmember Esquer's questions about the utilities, the property owner has agreed to consider and install a public utility easement, so those utilities could be connected to it in the future. And it speaks to Mr. Wells' mentioning that this process really is establishing the formation of the public hearing, which allows everyone to be notified and all of the different issues and possibilities to really be vetted through.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments or a motion for the resolution?
To approve.
We have a motion
Seconded.
and a second. Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Ariano? Yes. Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nisarati?
Yes.
Councilmember Esquer?
No.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 4-1. Thank you, Mr. Bray. All right, moving on to agenda item 9C, which will be discussed concurrently with the Public Financing Authority. So your titles are going to change in and out of this discussion. And it'll be with the authority agenda address, which is our 9C. So it's a request to authorize the form and execution and delivery of supplemental indenture, supplemental of master installment purchase, and at any time you can interrupt me, please, Lorenzi.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we get to the presentation of the item, would it be possible to do the approval of the agenda for the Public Financing
I'm
Authority?
holding it,
and all the
too.
logistics? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. I'm holding it there for a reason, right? Okay, backing up, I apologize. Okay, so we need approval of agenda as posted or amended for the Public Financing Authority agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second at the same time.
I'll take second.
The agency member, Ariano was one of the two.
Thank you very much.
Clerk call the roll.
Approving the agenda as posted. Agency Member Ariano?
Yes.
Agency Member Larson?
Yes.
Agency Member Nisrati?
Yes.
Agency Member Esquer?
Yes.
Chair Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0, okay? We will open a public participation what is specific for this Public Financing Authority agenda item. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. If there's any member of the public that would like to address the council regarding the Public Financing Authority, please raise your hand now. Thank you, Mayor. No member of the public would like to address the agency member during public participation.
All right, we will close public participation and move on to the consent calendar, which is a motion with the minutes of a regular meeting from May 23rd, 2017. So I need,
I remember it well.
yep. Half of you weren't here, no. Okay, so we need a motion and a second, please.
Move to approve.
We have a motion. I'll second it.
Thank you.
Call the roll, please.
Agency member Ariano. Agency member Larson.
Yes.
Agency member Nizrati.
Yes.
Agency member Isker.
Yes.
Chair Bublak.
Yes. Passes 5-0. Okay, action item is now, Ms. Lorenzi is, will be concurrent with the city council item 9C. And, are you taking away, or Mr. Wells?
Ms. Lorenzi.
Ms. Lorenzi.
Is working? Yeah.
It is.
That would be me, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council and Public Financing Authority. The item before you, as the mayor has read, is getting approval from both the city and the Public Financing Authority for the issuance of some bond anticipation notes. And they're called bond anticipation notes because we're issuing these as an interim financing source for the city's obligation for the its participation with in the SRWA surface water plant. We anticipate that at the end of calendar 2020, the city will, or the SRWA will have completed the process of obtaining a long-term financing solution through the state and the state revolving fund. We refer to that as a SRF loan, which, as we discussed back in June at the council meeting, when the council decided to continue with this project, that's our plan for the permanent financing for this project. As mentioned in staff discussion with council back in June, and as I just noted, the SRF financing isn't expected to be completed, the application and the approval process, until the end of this calendar year. We anticipate proceeds available to us sometime mid-2021. In the interim, we need to issue debt so that the city has the proceeds to pay for its obligations to the SRWA. As you may remember, back in June, they were entering into the design-build contract at that point in time. They did do that on June 29th, I believe it was. So that process is moving forward. During that June meeting, council directed staff to initiate discussions with our professional debt issuance team to come back to you with an interim financing solution until the SRF process is done. Staff has engaged the necessary professionals. They would include a municipal advisor, a disclosure legal counsel, bond legal counsel, and underwriter. For those of you that have been with us in the past when we've issued debt, these are our standard professional services teams for this type of activity. And we have engaged, for the most part, the same members who have helped us in the past for both sewer and water debt. They know the city well. They know the appetite or non-appetite for risk of the city council and the city in general. And most importantly for staff, they know the systems. They know the water system well because they've helped us with this in the past. So we've got that prior education with them. As I have mentioned, for those again of you who have been with us doing this in the past, the Public Financing Authority in California is the legal entity through which the city issues debt. So that's why these documents are before both the City Council and the Public Financing Authority. The only document that would be different would be the continuing disclosure agreement. That's solely between the city and our third-party trustee. That's the document that obligates the city to provide financial information when this process is completed until the debt is retired, so that those that bought the debt are easily able to obtain the financial information that they need to be able to know that what they bought is something that they still want to hold in their portfolio. So other than that document, all the documents for the City Council and Public Financing Authority are the same. There's a supplemental indenture, a master installment purchase agreement, a bond purchase agreement, and an official statement. I've explained all of these to some extent in the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions on those as I move forward. As I mentioned, we anticipate the SRF process to wrap up at the end of this year with proceeds available in 2021. The bond anticipation notes that we're proposing to issue are estimated to carry a market rate coupon of 4%, mature in March of 2027. Although we plan to retire them early, as soon as we have the SRF proceeds available, we'll be retiring these. At this point, we anticipate putting a call date on these of September of 2021. That call date is when we can retire them early. That's the first opportunity to do that. Anytime after that call date on a continuous basis, we can retire them when we have the proceeds of the SRF loan available to us. In the resolutions that you see, we put a maximum interest cost of 4%. We do that so that if market conditions change significantly between now and in the next month or so when we actually issue, we have the authority as staff to continue through the process. If for some reason the market would go astray and we couldn't issue under the interest rate that we have, the cap that we have, we'd come back before the council and the Public Financing Authority to get further direction. I've done these multiple times. I've never had an issue with that, but in the times that we're living, I can't guarantee we won't, but we hope we're good at that. Also with the PAR, we're asking for a maximum of 130 million. We realistically only expect to need 120 million. And the reason we're doing 120 million, even though we may only need it for about 12 months, is if something happens in the SRF process and for whatever reason it falls apart, this still provides the city with the financial resources to honor its commitment to the SRWA and gives staff the time to logically and methodically find an alternative permanent financing source. So I don't realistically expect that we're going to use the whole 120 million. I have full confidence that we'll get the SRF loan, but we're providing the option so that, like I said, if something falls apart, we have the means to honor our commitments and then approach a replacement financing source with thought and consideration rather than hurrying up about it. Our current timeline is to meet next week with Standard & Poor's and Fitch, their rating agencies, to have them take a look at our project, take a look at the financial situation with the water fund, provide a rating that's standard for something like this. We typically ask them to get us the rating back within 2 weeks after meeting with them. If the rating comes back as we expect, within a week to 2 weeks after that, we'll be in the market issuing the bonds. Right now, we're timing it to be after the election. There's just so much unknown right now that our advisors are, and they've done this many more times than I have, they've done it in different markets, are advising us not to be in the market just prior to the election, but to wait till afterwards. So that's our calendar set up to go that way. And then finalizing everything and having the proceeds available to us by the end of November, first part of December. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Lorenzi? Yes.
So is there a prepayment penalty? Because you said the repayment of these loans would be pursuant to the loans that we're going to receive from the, is it SRF loan?
Right.
So is there a prepayment penalty on these bonds that you're issuing? Because
At this point, we haven't, the market isn't demanding one, so we're proposing to have the call date with no prepayment penalty.
Okay. I had one more. Where'd it go? I can't find it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I just had a question. I shared this with Toby earlier. A community member asked me why the city was willing to pay 3.5 on 120 when the bonds for currently we're going for maybe 1.1, 1.7%. And Toby answered the request, but it just occurs to me whenever somebody asks me a question, there's probably other people out there that have the same question in mind. So, Toby, can you kind of go over the
I'll let Ms. Lorenzi give you the details. I gave you the high level. There's obviously a much sharper financial that she's the expert for,
Okay.
so I'll let her give that.
Okay. And, yeah, they're just curious. And I understand we're still negotiating the whole thing. It hasn't been set.
Correct, yeah.
The question's out there, so I just like to explain it
Okay.
as best we can.
And this gets into some of the mechanics of the bond issuance, so if there's any additional questions to follow up, please ask. What's happening with these is, at this point, based on market conditions, our best estimate, again, based on what our advisors are telling us, investors are going to want a 4% coupon on the bonds. That's just what the market is demanding. But because the current interest rate market for the length of time they're going to be outstanding is in the 1 to 1.2, 1.3 range, they will actually pay what's called a premium for that. So if they're going to buy $100 worth of bonds, with the premium, they may pay us $130 for that $100 worth of bonds. That additional $30 means in order to get if we wanted $150 of proceeds, we may only have to issue $140 of bonds because they're paying the extra for the bonds. When the 3.5% that's mentioned in the staff report is solely on the bonds that get issued and the coupon at which they get issued. When you consider the premium that's going to be paid with them, it brings that 3.5% rate down to in the neighborhood of 1.01 to about 1.10. So it brings it back down to market. That's how the market balances what investors want as a coupon, so their return every 6 months while they hold the bond, but brings that coupon back to market. We'll never pay more than market, but the mechanics of it and the details underneath those may make it look like you're paying more than market, but the premium or the discount is what brings it back to market.
And that's market at the time those bonds are sold, right? So that's the piece, that everything being estimate, when we get to that point of issuing them, that's when it locks in those market prices.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Depending on the call date that we choose to get 120 million of proceeds, we may only be issuing 117 to 118.5 million. So that difference is that premium.
So, Ms. Lorenzi, if we're talking about 10 months, and we're trying to, or we're discussing the opportunity of putting ourselves in a little bit more of a bind and owing some money with the interest on it, and what's our finance look like? Is there something you can put up right now to show the public that we have the money, we're just a little short, or why can't we just cover what we're doing right now? Because I had spoken with Mr. Wells about this. Over and over, Mr. Cook had told us we'd be fine. So is there a financial addendum here that shows us that we're just a little under what the cost is going to look like, and this is why we need to encumber additional expenses for the ratepayer?
Yeah. We need to issue the interim financing because we've got two things going on at the same time for the project, and we've got the design build portion, and we've got our terminal facilities that we're constructing at the same time. If the SRF money was available to us today, we wouldn't be doing this. But because we have that interim period, we need to have a replacement for the SRF dollars for the cash that's going out. When everything's said and done, we won't be incurring additional expense over and above what Mr. Cook had previously presented to council for the project in itself. It's a timing issue, is what we're facing right now.
Okay. Do we have that finance plan somewhere to, because I thought it said that we had that attached, and I couldn't find it, but.
So, and recognize the difference between the interest we'll pay on SRF and the interest on this interim financing is, in essence, when it's all shaken out over the whole cost of this financing, it ends up being essentially the same, right? So the SRF loan process is a 1.4% interest, and it's a chicken and the egg in terms of when that would be ready. That interest is likely to be funded somewhere around the end of this year to the beginning of next year, and it's just, as Ms. Lorenzi indicated, a mechanism of, we've already awarded the contract for the design build, and so they are actually sending us bills and we have obligations. At the same time, we're moving forward with the design and ultimately construction of our terminal facilities, and this is really just the bridge financing. We're relatively close. We may be able to cash flow with the $40-ish million that we currently have the bank in our water fund. However, we feel it's just too risky. If anything happens to delay that SRF we wouldn't have a backup, and so that's what this does. This provides us a backup and comfort with a very minimal cost associated with it to be able to continue to move both projects forward as expeditiously as possible.
I mean, concurrently with the interest rate as low as it is now,
It's really
Wait.
cheap money.
very cheap money compared to what maybe 10 years from now it's going to be with, inflation and
most
market changes.
importantly, the most important number is what we assumed in the rate model for our cost associated with this. So the rate model for our water rates assumed an SRF fund above 2%, and we're going to be well below that. I believe it was at 3%. Is that correct, Marie? Do you
Say
remember?
that, I'm sorry.
What we assumed in the rate model for SRF, I think we 3% was what was assumed, and so we're going to see 1.4. So that's good news ultimately to our ratepayers.
So our authorizing this isn't necessarily going to happen because we may be able to live within our means, or we're just gonna take it no matter what and just work with it?
This
Put it
again
out
is
in the
bridge, this would be
It's
authorizing.
not when I get what she's saying, that if you have the money, why wouldn't you just cash flow it?
Right.
So in
We
bridge.
don't believe we're going to have the money to cash flow. It's hence why the
She's gonna show us
authorization
now.
to issue the bans. Correct.
Yes.
What this is showing you now, and it's not directly answering your question, but it's a page from the presentation that we're going to have for the rating agencies. And what it's intended is to show them is that we can afford what we're doing as far as debt service wise. There's a lot of numbers on here. The place that I'd like to point you down to is what the rating agencies are going to be looking at. The third line from the bottom that says debt service coverage. For projected 2021, it's at 3.5 times. That means that we have 3.5 times the revenue that we need to cover our debt service. We're currently covenanted at 1.2 times. And so what the rating agencies will look at is what is this as you load all of the debt when you get to the future. So if we look into the 2026 or 2027 year, that 3.5 becomes 2.1 and just over 2 times. We've got all of our debt service in there from either this band or the band or the SRF. We are well above what our covenanted debt service at 1.2 is. For the kind of debt that this fund is taking on, that's a very strong number. I expect that the rating agencies will look at it very positively. And it shows that we have more than enough cushion should something happen in our expenses or in our revenues to still meet our obligations, not only to paying the operating costs of the system, but also to pay the debt service that we are promising to pay to either to the state or to the bondholders.
The other thing
So-
that this approach does, by issuing the bans, what it does is it provides us another insurance that if for some reason the SRF, something happened at the state level and they were not able to provide us the SRF, this funding source would buy us many years to come up with a permanent funding source. So we don't expect that to happen, but this approach, by using the bans now, provides us that insurance that if something were to happen to SRF, we have a funding source that allows us to continue moving forward and have enough time to go do a more permanent solution. So that's the reason why this choice and this option of using the bans and moving forward now was for those two reasons. One, that cash flow perspective, and the insurance if for some reason the SRF were not to go through.
Interest rate, you're never going to get lower than what you are right now.
Cheap money.
Yeah.
So in building I would be with you on this if it wasn't such a big project, but when you go build these big projects like that, you don't know what you're going to unearth in those situations, like building a house. When you go and you build a house, you get a construction loan for a certain amount. You go in there, you still have your deposit or whatever, that still stays in the left side of the column. And just for mitigation purposes, if you can go borrow some cheap money right now and get you to the point A to point B, and from what you're saying is that debt service would not be out as long as it could be, and that is the obligation of what you are trying to do, not to stretch that out, but just in case. This is where we need to sit so that we have the funds to proceed. we can't keep these contractors out 7 to 8 months and not pay them. That is not an option in my mind. So in order to keep the project moving forward, this is a secure funding source at a cheap rate where we can move forward and not be stopped in our tracks.
Any other questions before we go to the public? Did you have more presentation? I'm sorry. Okay. Any other questions of Ms. Lindsay or Mr. Wells? All right, we'll open it to the public. Anyone wishing to call in regard to this bond for our water?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a caller with the last four digits, 1274.
Mr. Treeweiler? Go ahead, Mr. Treeweiler.
Yes, Mayor, Council, and Turlock citizens. I believe this is Milt Treeweiler here, sorry. I believe this is a perfect time to acknowledge that we need additional administrative personnel. We need a municipal services director plus other administrative personnel. And that just points out that we need to pass Measure A. Turlock citizens, vote yes on Measure A. Thank you.
Another caller?
No, I know.
Shameless.
Thank you, Mayor. The next caller, I have the last name Puffer.
Mr. Puffer?
Hi, hope you can hear me.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, what's the taxability on the interest of these bonds? Are they going to be tax-free or are they taxable?
They're tax-free.
Is that double tax-free, federal and state?
If you're a California resident, but I'm not going to provide any tax advice.
Thank you very much.
Next caller?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, there are no other members of the public that would like to address the council or the agency members regarding these items.
All right, I'll bring it back. Comments? I'm happy to tell you, here's my struggle. I want this project, and I know it's necessary, but this is just additional costs that are basically, this loan has interest rates that will fall on the cost to the ratepayer. And I just keep seeing this, the number keeps getting bigger, and it makes me scared because there's a lot of people out there that keep telling me, the water's going up, it's getting more difficult for me. And many people think it's just incremental, it's 34 cents on or whatever, but it's not. And I'm struggling on this, and help me come to a conclusion here, people, because this is pretty serious as we keep putting extra cost on the ratepayer.
So
We have a program where if they cannot afford the utilities, did we not do that?
So just to be clear, what was included in the rate model, these costs associated with this are less than what was included in the rate model. The costs of the project are less today than what was assumed in the rate model.
I understand
So
that.
the total costs that were built into the rate model, that the rates are based on, the cost to date that we know as of today are less than what was assumed in the rate model.
We've been able to cut back considerably, and yet the people at today's date, when they're getting their bill, are struggling already. So even if it doesn't increase exponentially, it's still increasing, and that's difficult for a lot of people, and a lot of people on the west side, as I'm sure Councilmember Scare, agency member Scare knows. So that's just my concern, is that this obviously has a cost, and it's not one that we factored into this, because I know that we've set through this.
No, we did, actually. We factored the cost of financing in the project at 3%. So the
Yeah, it wasn't a
financing
higher
for the
rate.
project
Yeah.
assumed 3% interest on the entire project at a higher total project cost.
But we did not plan to bond this. It was never a discussion for us. It
Again-
wasn't serious, but it wasn't in Turlock.
No, so there was always an interest cost for the SRF. That was what assumed. So all that we're saying is the difference between the interest, what will ultimately be short-term interest with the bands and the long-term interest with the SRF is lower, at a lower rate than what was assumed in your rate model.
As is the entire project.
Correct. So both aspects are lower. So the cost increase, yes, there are 5-year rate increases that the council adopted that go into effect each January. Those rate increases, as we get further along, will continue to be evaluated for whether the funding with what we know today, now that a contract is executed for the SRWA project, and as we execute a contract for our local facilities, those final costs, we will then be able to look at our rates again to ensure that those rates, our expectation is the rates that were adopted for 5 years will be more than sufficient to cover the cost of this project.
But what year are we in for our rate increase?
So we've
Year
adopted
4?
3. There's 5 total.
So
right?
January will be
January
year
of
4.
2021 and then January of 2022. So the expectation would be in summer of 2021, we will know all of the costs that we're going to know to be able to fully analyze the rates for whether we would need to implement that last rate increase for January of 2022.
Michael did speak to us regarding bonding the project until the funding was made available from the state. I do remember that conversation. So that was a conversation that we had. The rates were initiated not by this council, it was initiated 3 years prior. So hopefully in anticipation that we had discussed that the rate 5 increase may or may not happen.
Correct.
So, and Councilmember Larson, I think you were the one that brought up, if you cannot afford, we have other alternative ways to mitigate the increase in your bills.
So there's nonprofits that do that, but currently, in order for, the only avenue for the city to offer a program like that is the general fund has to pay for that. So ratepayers cannot pay for a subsidy of a reduced.
I think it was the late fee.
So, yeah.
We've
so
tried to do that for a couple of years. We haven't gotten to it yet. We've both tried in different, I started earlier, she's come in later, but we're not there, and that's just one of those fear
That's
factors
one
for
of
me.
those things that we probably need to finish.
So,
Right,
so
absolutely.
Yes.
So for that to happen, right, so today, late fees on the water utility goes to the general fund. So and that is an option, the general fund can do that, and you can use late fees to do that. Other cities have done it, that is an option. However, that is today, a revenue that goes to the general fund. So as a
This is
result, we
case
have
in
to-
point why we need a city manager that actually has longevity, because we have started and stopped 3 different times, and I thank you for being here so that we can continue what we should have done a year ago, as I think of when we
Well,
talked
and
about this.
The reason why you haven't done it is it is a general fund impact.
Correct.
So when have to be made cuts in the general fund to create another program that uses general fund dollars.
But we couldn't even finish what we started. It could have been a no and it could have been a yes, but we didn't even know. We didn't get that far, so.
Councilmember?
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial to have a discussion at some point about an agendized item about the rate increase and opportunities, if there are opportunities, to review that and just decide as a council. So I think specifically we're trying to look at the vulnerable population, lower income communities, those that don't use the least amount of water. What can be done as a city to reduce the impact that this investment is going to be having on them? So I think it'd be more focused and something on that item.
Councilmember?
Yes, Councilmember, I know you are correct that was something that I brought to the issue, and I understand that Mayor Bublak looked at this before this when we started talking about SRWA as in general. But City Manager Wells articulates it very clearly that at some point we decided that all the late fees we collect from citizens goes into our general fund, which pays for every other operation of our city, which this council is well aware that funding source in general has been deemed and is obviously obsolete for our operation levels right now. I agree that that's something that we still need to look at, because I think that there's value just with the idea that if that money that is being taken from late fees for that program, which is providing water to our citizens, it should go into a way to ease the burden of a new water project. It makes sense in my head. But I understand that would mean that we would have to look into where that money, how that would impact our general fund budget as a whole, because we do have a revenue issue in the city. But I think that there's value in Councilmember Nasrati's point of having a discussion about it. I don't think we need to have a discussion about things in general. I just think that we need to understand the impact of what that late fee source would look like. I think there's possibly a solution there. But I would suggest waiting until, we probably would anyways, but waiting until after November to see if the city of Turlock decides what level of service they would want as a whole in their city.
And just to speak more specifically, I think late fee is part of it, but also just looking at how the pricing is tiered. If there's an opportunity for a person that owns a studio or a person that owns an apartment, really small footprint homes to bear less of the cost than those that have much larger estates.
Yeah. Those are two very different conversations, right?
Right. On a bond here, and we're talking about
very-
paying it off.
very
I'm sorry, I got
separate.
us way off. I apologize
It's
for that,
okay. No,
guys.
so what, just in
It's
the
my
big
passion.
picture, what we would suggest is one, December, a new council is seated, January, the first meetings, what we would recommend from a staff perspective is a council workshop in February prior to the budget, and that would be a great opportunity to kind of vet these items, to give staff direction of what items should be utilized to incorporate into that budget creation that starts around that same time frame. So it's a great dialogue for how we tee up moving into budget for next year, and that's regardless of Measure A. In either respect, the same process will occur, that, the budget will start, after the first of the year, and what we would strongly recommend is that goal setting, to be able to set the priorities as we put the budget together to bring to the council, in May and June, so.
This is a polite way of telling us to stay focused.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah.
All right, back to the bond. Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry, are you doing discussion still?
we're doing the discussion, yeah,
okay.
but we went off time. It was off of the agenda, and it was my fault.
Yeah, well, that's why I was just gonna move to, adopt the resolution.
Okay, so, from both 9C and 4A? Did we? Yeah, we did. Yes, Mr.
I'll
Treeweiler
second.
told us to vote. Okay, we have a motion and a second, for both 4A and 9C.
Thank you, Mayor. For the Public Financing Authority, Agency Member Ariano,
Yes.
Agency Member Larson,
Yes.
Agency Member Nazrati,
Yes.
Agency Member Esquer,
Yes.
Chair Bublak.
Yes.
For the City Council, I have the same motion and second. Councilmember Ariano,
Yes.
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Nazrati,
Ooh, yeah.
Councilmember Esquer,
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes, passes 5-0 on both items, and then I will move to adjourn the Public Financing Authority, meeting. All in favor, say aye. All right, so that one's closed up. Now, item 9D, I need to have the successor agency with us as well for 4A and 9D. And Ms. Lorenzi, you're running out of here quickly. Thank you. All right. Who's playing?
So do we need any action on the successor agency?
Thank you, Mayor. In the successor agency, if we'll do the approving the agenda as posted or amended.
Oh,
and then
goodness, you're right.
I'm sorry.
Gosh darn
I'm
it.
sorry. So many logistics.
You
It's
told
my
me,
fault.
and I
It's-
still don't
No,
listen.
you have a lot going on. so-
That's all right. Okay, so,
Move to approve the agenda.
okay, we have a motion to approve the successor agency agenda,
Yes.
and a second.
Yeah, seconded.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Approving the agenda as posted, Agency Member Ariano,
Yes.
Agency Member Larson.
Yes.
Agency Member Nazrati.
Yes.
Agency Member Esquer.
Yes.
Chair Bublak.
Yes, all right, sorry. Okay, now we are gonna open our public participation for successor agency, and, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to address the successor agency, please raise your hand now. Thank you, Mayor. There's no member of the public that would like to address the successor agency.
All right, we will close public participation and move on to the consent calendar, which is a motion for the minutes of December 13th, 2019, all were present. I need a motion and a
Move
second.
to approve as written.
And a second.
Seconded.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Agency Member Ariano?
Yes.
Agency Member Larson?
Yes.
Agency Member Nazrati?
Yes.
Agency Member Isker?
Yes.
Chair Bublak?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm on task. So now, Mr. Wells, we are bringing this City Council item 9D and successor agency for,
A. It's an A.
that's what I say.
Or
Yes.
A. I'm lost.
So, Mayor, you're sure you don't want to read the full title of the agenda here?
She didn't even highlight it, so I was like,
I just couldn't resist when it was a
Thank
full
you.
page of action here on item D.
do you want to
so-
go home early, or you want me to read it?
So thank you, Mayor, council members. This item is a very complex item, but I will try to cover the highlights of the item and the multiple actions that are requested here this evening by staff. So background for most people that recognize the current location of Price Ford was formerly Patchett's Ford, and when that business relocated out of the city of Turlock to that location, it was much to the consternation of the city of Turlock, which resulted in a number of actions, namely some lawsuits between the city and the county over that business moving to the location that it currently occupies. As a part of the settlement process at that location on North Golden State, one of the provisions that was put in place was that the vacant parcel to the north, just north of what is Price Ford today, would have a stipulation on it with, in essence, an easement or lien, shall we say, that would prohibit any future development on that property for 33 years, and would go into, 35 years into the year 2033. So that was all fine and good, and a number of settlements took place, and everything has been working fine until then. A couple things have changed. One, the existing Price Ford water quality situation, they're on a private well, that has deteriorated, and they're now looking for a permanent water source as well as a sewer source. And in addition, what was Patches Ford has been sold to Price Ford, who has a new dealership and a new interest, and was not privy to any of those past issues, knows all of them, but came into the situation and then asked, well, why can't we move forward with a new dealership on this vacant parcel? If I can get a new dealership, why would the city or the county care, and can't they just work this out? So over the course of the last several years, far before my time, a dialogue was begun with the new owner to figure out, is there a way that we can come to an arrangement between the city and the county to allow a new development to move forward? So that would be on the vacant parcel, which we are indicating would be Price Honda. So over the course of negotiations, in order for the city to relinquish or to give up that easement and that restriction on the property, a number of factors would need to be addressed. And so that's what we're here for this evening, is how to mitigate those issues in order to allow really two primary things to happen: the extension of water and sewer service to serve the existing development of Price Ford, also serve the new development of Price Honda, facilitate a tax sharing agreement between the city and the county for the new Price Honda, as well as work out those details for how long that would be in place. So the draft agreement is attached to this staff report. It is draft. We have worked with the county over the past several months to get this draft agreement to the position it is in today. There's in essence two provisions that are still somewhat outstanding, which would be the term. So the term is in the agreement, and that is shown right now as a 20-year term with 4 5-year extensions. The county's initial interest was more like a 12-year term with 3 1-year extensions. We believe that is way too short given the history that we have on this site, and for the permanent infrastructure that we're putting in place, that's too short of a tenure. The other piece would be the termination clause. So we say that the agreement would terminate upon annexation. So those are the last two items that we're working with the county to come to provision on, but we're providing you the draft this evening to continue to expedite this process. The county is committed to bringing this item to their Board of Supervisors on the 27th of October. So we wanted to have council's authorization first to finish this negotiation before they're able to take it to their Board of Supervisors. So that's how we got to this location and this conversation this evening. Another key aspect of the agreement agreement, the tax share agreement, is the participation by both parties in the funding for the, basically seed funding for the improvements of the Taylor Road interchange. So under the terms of the agreement, the city and the county would both put aside $500,000 over the course of 10 years for $1 million seed fund for the initial planning and as far as we can go with $1 million for the ultimate improvements that would be necessary at the Taylor Road interchange at State Route 99. So those are the key phrases of the agreement, and then the other motions and details all are necessary to carry out those activities, which would include the CEQA determination for the extension of the sewer and water, the out-of-boundary service for us to provide that water, and the LAFCO approval that will be required, as well as the Cannon Well Serve letter that we would provide to those businesses to be able to provide them water and sewer. So those are all the provisions, long staff report, giving you the overview, and I'll stop there and see if there's any questions on the big picture.
Questions for Mr. Wells? I'm trying to pull up the MOU. I couldn't find it, so I was trying to get a read on it, because I'm a little hesitant. I want this desperately, but I don't want us to vote in advance, and I'm happy to have a special meeting to make sure we are all in agreement. If there's something hanging out there that we don't know, I'd hate for us to commit something that gets us in a lot of problems. But that's just me. Any questions of him? Well, once the final, because Mr. White can get on board here. We don't have the final from the county, and so we could vote on something today, and then they could have the leeway of changing some things.
Well, we would bring, so two options there. How it's drafted, it would be providing the city attorney the ability to make any non-substantive changes. Any functional changes would have to come back to council. But if there's a non-substantive changes, the res was drafted so that the city attorney can finalize the document. So it is getting scheduled for the board supervisors on the 27th. You know, our hope was that we had at least a strong lean from the council's direction prior to that, so that we knew that we're all on the same page. And so there's two options, right? You approve it as it's drafted with that caveat, and if it has to come back, it has to come back, or we just bring it back on the 27th. But that would be after the county's approval, which it's not the end of the world, but again, for the property owner's perspective, he's trying to make sure that there's positive momentum here moving forward, and this sets all of those provisions in motion.
And if I could, I mean, I think that regardless, tonight you could take action on pretty much everything. If you wanted to reserve just the MOU to the extent that it changes, you could do that, and we could come back just on a special
And we
meeting
could always
for that. But you could authorize, subject to that ultimate MOU being approved, all the other actions that are necessary tonight, so you don't have another 2-page agenda item, so.
That makes sense. I'm sorry, Councilmember Larson.
I think that addresses, because I agree with you, Mary. I think that if I understand that there's value in having the, whoever goes first, whoever's a meeting is first is going to be the first one to approve it, and I understand that. But if there's absolutely any changes, regardless of how substantive they are, or if they're small, for the city attorney to change them, I would want to see that agreement here. So I guess I think that's a fair, we can approve everything besides the actual agreement, and have the actual agreement after it's approved at the county level come back to us for final approval. Is that what you're saying, Mr. White?
No, I think that we probably have to meet before the county gets together, just to make sure that whatever they're going to be considering is something that's acceptable to the city council. I think, as the city manager kind of indicated, I think what we believe is left, and I leave that open because it hasn't gone to the actual board yet. So at a staff level, what we believe is left is the term and the termination issues. So I think we have generally agreement at a staff level on the rest. So I think from based off of what I'm hearing, what I would probably counsel the city council to do is maybe take action on all these other items, and take action on the MOU if as it's drafted, it's acceptable to you. And only if there's changes do we come back, probably in the form of a special meeting. And we only address that one MOU issue. So all of the other items, including and in particular, the will serve letter would all be subject to a mutually agreeable MOU being reached between the county and the city. So,
Any other questions of Mr. Wells before we open it to the public?
Yeah, just a quick, on the MOU, Toby or Doug, either one, so can we put a contingency in there saying if there's no changes, we're good, we go?
Well, that's what, yeah,
But I
that's what
mean-
Doug, basically, it wouldn't be a contingent. You're basically approving it as is, and if there's any changes, we would bring it back. And so from a mechanism standpoint, the county's agenda, they normally would publish their agenda on, for the 27th, would be published on the 23rd. So, they're gonna have to make their decision before that. And so if there are some changes, then we would agendize a special meeting to occur, something either the 23rd or the 26th before their 27th meeting. So it would just be a special meeting if for some reason we're not able to get these exact terms, and we would just schedule a special meeting just for that specific item. Again, it will save a 2-page agenda item, and it would just be
Yeah,
one
and that's what we're
specific
talking about, the
MOU.
MOU, right?
Correct.
it all revolves, this only works with the MOU, so.
Yeah, I mean, the
everything
MOU
else, that's the center of it.
is really the critical point, right? We don't want to let go of the easement or do any of those other things without that MOU in place. So it is the linchpin of all of these actions.
All right, if there are no more questions, let's go ahead and open it to the public.
Any member of the public would like to address the council regarding this item or the successor agency regarding this item, please raise your hand now. Thank you, Mayor. No member of the public would like to address the council or the successor agency.
All right, so are there more comments or?
I have a couple comments.
So to clarify, there's only one action that needs to be taken for the successor agency.
Which is
And
the
then
first.
for the city council, there are multiple actions, and so we would want to,
The first motion is independent, correct?
yeah, the first motion would be the same for both the successor agency and the Turlock City Council. I would like to add, and this is part of what City Manager Wells has discussed, is that when the staff report was provided, we added some additional language to that particular item in a form approved by the city attorney, so that we do have, some ability similar to some of the other documents as far as like the out-of-boundary service agreement. If there are any minor content changes, we have the ability to make those. Nothing like we're talking about with the MOU, but that's just additional language that was added in the staff report after the agenda was posted. So I just want to make sure that when we take action on that item, that it does include that language in a form approved by the city attorney.
All right, so the first
Comments,
motion.
can we do comments?
I'm sorry?
Comments?
Absolutely.
So, a couple things. First of all, I just wanted to thank City Manager Wells and Marin for working on this, and the mayor. I'm saddened that it took this long for us to get here. It should never happen like this, and I want to apologize personally to the applicant, who I've talked to multiple times. We have to do better. Now that we have a consistent city manager, I know that we will do better. Going through 2 police chiefs, a fire chief, somebody who wanted to be at the county, and a municipal services director, and that municipal service director actually got the ball rolling again. So, and Toby came in as the closer. So we need to keep these balls moving forward. It's when people say it's tough to do business in Turlock, that's what they're talking about. So thank you to our city attorney and our city manager who worked on this all weekend to try to bring this to us, as well as our city clerk. Hopefully next time we learn from our mistakes. I think the exciting part for me in reading the MOU was the contribution to Taylor Road interchange. That has not been addressed in years, and it is a county-city partnership that we need to fix and maintain that segue from the freeway to into our city. And I'm really excited about the possibility of making sure that we can move forward with a viable project to fix those roads. Although it's not going to be within the next year, at least it's something on the books that we can look forward to. So thank you.
Other comments, questions? I'll just go ahead and tell Price Ford I apologize. I came to the table with no knowledge of what had been happening as far as agreements to my predecessor. I knew that there was a conversation, but I never knew where it was going. And I thought prior to COVID, this would have been closed up, and that kind of stopped everybody in their tracks there. So hopefully we can move forward, and this is way long. I mean, it's a couple years past what is acceptable for him and his companies. So apologies to Mr. James Figure for all the efforts he's gone through. Is there a motion for the first motion?
So moved.
Mayor, can I ask that council considers one additional component to the motion, just so that we're all real clear, because I think there's a possibility we may have to bring it back. Could the motion be subject to reaching a mutual, I think there's a general understanding, but I want it to be
That's going to be the
explicit.
second resolution you're speaking to, is that correct? We're only doing the first motion right now, is that what are you speaking to item?
But that's, the key is that's relinquishing the easement. And
Right.
We don't want, I mean, yes, we want your approval of that, but we don't want to release that easement until the
I'm sorry.
other
I got
agreement
you.
is done.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's the,
We want to terminate easement.
And so I want it to be expressed that easement is only released in the event that the parties mutually agree and execute the MOU. So
Understood.
I would just ask so that it is crystal clear, and I don't get into one of those legal issues where somebody's saying, hey, you voted here to release the easement and you didn't, and we're in subsequent actions. I would just ask that be incorporated into the motion, so it is not even open for debate.
And the motion maker is in agreement?
Absolutely.
And the second is also in agreement? All right. You have that
So do you want us to
understanding?
state that the motion is to terminate the easement quit claim contingent upon the approval of the MOU?
I think that's fine, yeah.
Okay.
You got that, Madam
So
Clerk?
moved.
I do. Thank you very much,
All right,
Mayor.
would you be doing simultaneous on this one?
I'll do the agency member vote first.
Okay.
It'll be the same action for both, but for agency member Ariano. Yes. Agency member Larson.
It's not. Gil. There you go.
Yes.
Agency member Nazrati.
Yes.
Agency member Asker.
Yes.
Chair Bublak.
Yes.
And then for the city council, I have City Council member Ariano. Yes. Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
Councilmember Nazrati.
Yes.
Councilmember Asker.
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes, passes 5-0. I'm going to go ahead and close the successor agency at this point, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, so we're going to
Aye.
continue on our normal council agenda with the other resolutions, 2 resolutions and 3 motions. And we can take them all together.
You can, Mayor.
Correct.
Yes, you have
Correct.
something, Mr.
Yes.
White?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You can.
And do we need any additional verbiage in any of these?
No, Mayor, because it's the releasing of the easement was the one that concerned me.
Okay, and the memorandum of understanding is with if any changes whatsoever, we're coming back. Correct.
Mayor,
Unless it's maybe a period that gets added, so.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said, did you?
No.
yeah, so if there's a typographical error or a number that is, an error of that nature, we wouldn't, like, it's 2.3 acres versus 2.29, that wouldn't come back. But for any of term changes.
Considered hostile.
Correct, that would be considered, anything would be considered, contextual to the concept of the agreement, that would come back. But just make sure that it is still a draft. There may be a couple little, an and or a the or that type of thing. Just want to make sure that, we wouldn't bring that back, but if any of the terms change, that's what we bring back.
All right, so there are 2 resolutions and 3 motions. Is there a motion for all of the 5? All right, and a second?
Awesome. Nicole can second.
Seconded.
Clerk, call the roll, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For the last motion, I would like to just point out that there is a typographical error. It should say for water and sewer services for 5202 and 5200 North Golden State Boulevard.
We're doing the same one twice.
Parcel numbers are correct, but I just wanted to point that clarification out. So I have Councilmember Ariano. Yes. Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Nazrati,
Yes.
Councilmember Esquer,
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes, it passes 5-0. I hope you're watching, James. All right, moving on to city manager updates. Did you want to just start, Mr. Wells, with like, just get us going with something good?
Get you something good,
Yeah.
some positive? Yeah, we'll start with that and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Bray. So, for those who are watching the Board of Supervisors meeting today, the County Board of Supervisors approved an update to their CARES funding related to the COVID-19 pandemic. A key piece of information that is good news for the city is, as the council recalls, back in June when we adopted the budget, we were allocated to receive $2.5 million in CARES money from the county with the caveat that they would hold back any money we got from the state. So we did get $917,000 from the state, so the county held that back pending potential changes in what other CARES monies the city may get. So with their action today, what they did was basically undid that previous holdback and then authorized an additional $917,000 to the city of additional CARES money. So our total allocation of CARES money is now over $3.4 million. And as we recall, we only incorporated in the budget $2.5 million. So as such, as a not budgeted number and in light of the COVID pandemic and all the impacts on our business, staff would recommend bringing back something as soon as the next meeting to facilitate some business incentive programs. Similar to what the county has done, we have received a proposal from Opportunity Stanislaus, and it's similar to what they've already executed in both Oakdale and Riverbank, to move forward with at least a portion of the monies under a program that we would try to get out as soon as possible to be able to provide some Christmas incentive money to our businesses that have been devastated by the impacts of COVID-19. Other program possibilities we would look to council. Are there other things that you would look for from utility payments as an option? Recognized on the 27th, we'll also be bringing forward a CDBG CARES conversation, because there are some opportunities to use the CDBG CARES money for utility payments and working with our nonprofits that already provide some of those utility services. Other options would be something like business license, either holiday credit, that type of thing, and any other business incentive ideas. For example, the RAD card, for those that are familiar with that, the Stanislaus County approved $1 million towards that program. And so the city could, under these CARES money, identify additional money to that program. So what we would suggest, and we don't need direction per se, but just a highlight of good news, we would try to bring that back on the 27th, unless the council wanted to wait until the 10th, but we do believe it's important to try and get this done as quickly as possible. So it will be a stretch for us. You got the notice today, so we will work as diligent as we can to get something back to you, and it will be likely a little bit fluid, and be open to those suggestions. If there are other ideas, we're open to those ideas.
So if we have ideas, we should bring them to that council meeting and work.
Bring them to me before so we can try to vet those as best we can,
Okay.
and bring those as a list of items, for council consideration on the 27th.
Okay,
We may
and
be able,
that way you can add them to the agenda for discussion.
yeah, exactly. So that
Okay.
way, we can, in essence, pick the ones that the council wants to move forward with, as soon as we possibly can. Recognizing these CARES money, as the legislation is written today, CARES monies need to be expended by December 31st, 2020. We do expect that date will likely change if there's ever legislation that's passed at the federal level, but that's not looking real positive right this minute, at least before the November 3rd election. But it's better to have this, at least have encumbered these monies so we don't have to worry about hitting a deadline at the last minute.
Outstanding.
Good news.
All right, Development Services Department, Mr. Bray?
Yes, good evening. I just provided a written update on transit. If there's any questions, I can
Any
answer them.
questions on as written? No questions. Thank you so much. Fire Department, Chief Carlson.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and council. Other good news the county received today, we moved into the red tier from the purple tier. As you remember, last month, the governor changed the metrics on us, made them a little simpler. Now there are 4 tiers: purple, red, orange, and yellow. And where you are is based on how much you can open up your county. We've been stuck in the purple tier until now. This is the second week that we have made the metrics for the red tier, so we are now in the red tier as of today. So remember, there are two metrics they look at. They are the case rate and the percentage of positive tests. Our case rate, as of today, is 5.7 per 100,000, which is well under the 7 per 100,000 that it needs to be to stay in the red. As we move forward, we're going to need to have that drop below 4 per 100,000, or about 23 COVID positives per day, an average of 161 per week, and that will move us into the orange. The second category of the percentage of positive tests, today we're at 3.7, so we already meet that metric to move into the next category. Couple caveats: you can only move once every 3 weeks. So now that we've made red, we have to be in the red tier for at least 3 weeks before we can move into the next category. And we have to hit both metrics, as you remember. So numbers are definitely trending down. We are doing well in the valley here. They seem to be going up in the Midwest. It's kind of like moving all over the place. But for California as a whole, we're moving down, and specifically in Stanislaus County. So moving into the red tier, what does it mean for us? There's a really good printout that you can find on the HSA website. It basically tells you what you can do. The big thing is restaurants are open for indoor dining at 25% capacity right now. As we move into the next tier, that'll be the restrictions even ease further, 50%, and then beyond that. All retail shopping centers and everything can open up to 50% capacity. Places of worship can now open for indoor services, up to 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever's less. Gyms and fitness centers, personal services. So there's quite a bit. Moving from the purple to the red is probably the biggest move out of them, and then restrictions just ease from there. So one other thing that it means is now that we are in the red, schools can look to reopen after we are in the red for 2 weeks. So within 2 weeks, the schools can put together a plan and reopen. So that will be up to the school districts on how they want to move forward with that, but we are allowed. But just to remind everybody, as we just move forward, we can also get moved back. And the governor has shown that he will do that. There are several counties that move forward into the red tier, back in purple, or moved into the orange and back in red. So they will do that. So just, again, like I always say, just remember to stay the course and continue to maintain your social distancing when you can. Use your hand sanitizer, wash your hands. One other thing that we're seeing better on is testing. So one of the big frustrations early on was the turnaround times for tests. If you ever had a test and it took 6 to 8 days to get your results, it's basically almost useless. By then, your symptoms are come and gone for the most part. That's gotten much better. There's readily available testing sites all over the place now, CVS, Rite Aid, a lot of them, all the urgent cares, and the turnaround times have come down substantially. There are several that will get you results in 1 to 2 hours, or 28 to 48 hours is kind of the standard, so much, much better. So that's important to note as we get into flu season. The symptoms mirror each other quite a bit. If you are experiencing symptoms, I would suggest go to get the test and find out what you have, right? Sorry, this thing keeps falling. Find out what you have. If it's not COVID, it's the flu, but they're very similar. There are a few distinguishing categories, but if you look at the CDC, they just keep putting out more and more symptoms. Everything, you can talk yourself into convincing yourself that you have COVID based on symptoms now. So the big ones continue to be, the fever, nausea, the persistent cough, trouble breathing. Some of the best telltale signs are the loss of taste and smell, but that's not in everybody. So monitor your symptoms. If you feel you have something, go get tested. You can get the results back really quickly, and you can, put your mind at ease and protect your family. So with that, like I said, the statistics are doing very well. The one that's still alarming, we're averaging about 18 deaths a week in Stanislaus County, still pretty high. So it does show you that people are still very susceptible to this. So, but with that, everything, good news for today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them, or I can turn it over to Mr. Wells if he has anything to add.
Councilman Arstadi?
So we want people to be taking the test as much as possible, right, to get those numbers down?
Yeah, so the county has put out some guidance, sorry,
No, good.
Chief. The county's put out some guidance, and you'll see a bunch of social media postings, both on our city, social media handles, where the counties, encouraging, as we get into the season of gatherings and those type of things, if there's any exposure, encouraging those testing opportunities to ensure we need to keep that metric down, because that is one of the metrics we're measured by, is that the amount of tests. So if anybody feels like they've been exposed, they should be tested. You know, if any symptoms, you should be tested. You know, those are the things that will help keep us in this tier and be able to move us forward and help to keep our businesses open. So it is a critical aspect of the overall process.
Just because we move down in tiers doesn't mean like the masks go away. There's
No,
not a
all
criteria for
Yep,
that.
all the guidelines,
No, not
all
at all.
those changes. The only thing that changes really is the businesses now move into that tier, and their guidance within that tier changes. So any business needs to be, paying
So
attention
the
to what that
masks
means.
and businesses need to continue.
Correct. Hand washing,
Buses.
social distancing, all those things, those have not changed.
Okay.
One other thing I wanted to mention that came out today from California Department of Public Health, that's been anticipated for the last 2 weeks, is guidance for Halloween and Dia de los Muertos. Those guidance came out this afternoon, so staff has not had an opportunity to read that. It looks like it is similar to other prohibitions, but I would suspect that the public will not be very fond of these recommendations as we get into Halloween and Dia de los Muertos. So want to just make sure the council's aware. We'll be reviewing that. I would not expect the county to adopt anything more stringent than what's put here, but it will obviously be something that will be discussed, I would suspect, pretty voraciously on social media over the next couple days. So just wanted to let the council be aware of that.
Oh, one more thing. Thank you to the bus drivers, because I was walking by one of the bus stops and and I don't know his name, but he did such a great job handling someone who didn't want to wear a mask, and the gentleman ended up putting one on to get on the bus. But what an act of class and civility with our patrons, and those bus drivers are trying to keep everyone safe. So thank you to our bus drivers, who I know that's a tough job.
All right, thank you, Chief. And I guess Ms. Van Gilder's out there somewhere?
I believe so, Mayor. I would just like to indicate.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, for the Columbia Park Master Plan update, want to let Council know that the ad hoc committee will be meeting with the consultant this week. The primary focus of our meeting will be on identifying a date for our first public meeting where we can gain feedback on the Columbia Park Master Plan, as well as begin development of the community survey that we will push out in a variety of medias. If you are unaware, the frequently asked questions have been posted on the city's website under the Columbia Park Master Plan tab. We're hoping that individuals interested in this topic will obtain that information in order to make an informed decision, as well as we continue to encourage people to register on the website to receive all of the latest updates. But they can also monitor our social media pages for additional information. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Van Gelder? No, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, we do.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question.
Okay.
So the meetings that we're scheduling for the community input and feedback, those were initially intended to try and get the deadline in for the grant, but we're not anticipating an ability to meet that at this point, I'm guessing, and we don't qualify with this particular action. It's just for gathering of information.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
If I could just add, I'm sorry, Mayor.
That's okay.
We're trying to stick with the original timetable as closely as possible. We anticipate bringing the recommendation to the commission at their December meeting, which would then allow them to make their recommendation to council after the first of the year.
Outstanding. All right, thank you so much.
Thank
Council
you.
items for future consideration.
Yeah, so I'm timeline on this is probably more closer to next year, but I just want to get it out there. One of the things that came up in our last council meeting was about the idea of inclusionary housing policies, and how we don't have anything in the books for that to support affordable housing and the development of that kind of housing in our community. I want to see a conversation generally to just determine some of the policy measures that we want to see from here that speak to not just inclusionary housing, but also upzoning opportunities, as well as some of the artist studio type developments. I think there's a lot of opportunity to really increase the flexibilities that our zoning and our code allows for development there. I would also like, we already talked about the ride card care thing. I would like to get some informational material brought forward related to Laura's law and how it could potentially be used. We've had some conversations with that, and I think that's something maybe like city attorney could speak to. I think it's a very underutilized tool to support enforcement of some of those individuals that have mental health issues that are out on the streets that would be better served with assisted outpatient care. I will think it would be very beneficial to this council as well as to the public to learn more about that. And I think the others are more just updates.
Okay, any other items for future consideration? I'm going to ask that we have a public comment conversation about opening up to the public, whether it's just for public comment. We've got to start talking about this. We've opened to red. Everybody else is able to have some conversation publicly in theirs, and I think we need to discuss it and decide if we're going to do it, but I think we need to do that in public. Council member questions, comments, and/or announcements? Yes.
I have a couple comments, but the first one, I'm sure that the majority of us are aware, and a lot of the public is too, that we did have an incident in our city where a racial slur was spray painted across a resident's fence and burned. And our police department is investigating it currently as a hate crime. But I just wanted to really, from the dais and really from our perspective up here, really give some notoriety to those individuals that really stepped up to really put the words that we've all set up here in our campaign against hate, as well as our resolution by encouraging diversity and inclusion. It really means a lot more, I think, when our residents actually put our words into real action. And I actually had a couple conversations over the last couple of weeks with the individual who lived in the home, and really her absolute in awe of the people that stepped up to help her and her family, and a couple of the individuals who volunteered their time to spearhead this and organize this effort. A few of them by name are Dee Dee Moore, Jeff Peskoff, Tim Freed, Susan Sinford, Liz Padilla with Helping Hands, David Franson, Jamie Ellison, Donald Baudelaire, and Dale Falkenberg with Dale's Guitar, and to the over 50 people that donated over the 3 days for that GoFundMe, which generated enough money to get a new fence and a new security system for those residents. I understand there's even a couple people up here at the dais who volunteered their time and talked to the individuals as well. I wholeheartedly believe that those individuals did not do it for the recognition at all. They did it because they saw a neighbor in need, they knew that they could help, and they decided that they can and they should. And I know that I would really love to recognize these individuals at the dais, but because of COVID makes that very difficult for us. I would at least love to have a certification of appreciation from the city to really identify those actions and say, you know, they're not doing it for the recognition. I'm sure they're not, and maybe some of them would actually not want this recognition. But I think it's really important for us as leaders. We have these words, we have these resolutions, but we should be acknowledging how Turlock's heart, character, and values of inclusion and equality outlined in all of the resolutions we've addressed against hate are really exemplified in the actions of our individual citizens. So I would love to get creative. I obtained all these names from a couple of the volunteers. If we can get their addresses, maybe just mail them the certificate. I'm looking to staff and really to the council for obviously majority to agree with this, but I think it's a great opportunity to really identify actions that we want to uphold here in Turlock, and it was a beautiful thing that they all did. So thank you to those individual citizens.
Yes, from a staff perspective, we can do that and just look for council direction to make sure that everyone's on board with that, and seeing everybody's agree with that. Okay. We'll put that together and contact them. Just make sure if you can provide me that list of those individuals and any contact information you have, and we can.
Great, awesome. And then I have another comment. Councilmember Nasrati arranged a phone call between the DA Birgit Flatiger and a judge Annette Rees to talk a little bit about homelessness and really the vagrancy piece and really the strain that they feel from the court system, as well as some of the other issues that are really a part of that multifaceted conversation with homelessness and the issues that we feel as a city. We want to thank them again for their time giving that opportunity for us. We talked a lot about the problems and restrictions that they feel at the court level, coming down from the Boise decision to changes in legislation that really take away tools that our police officers can use to really address those individuals that are in that homelessness population, but really exemplify the vagrancy piece or maybe a mental health component or substance abuse that really tend to plague that entire population. We talked a lot about policy changes, current policy tools that are available, and the creative solutions are really needed, especially in a state like California. And one of the ideas that Judge Rees was a part of when she was district attorney was a partnership between Stanton County and MPD to form a committee that was really it was addressing restorative justice, where they really talk about those reoccurring offenders that are constantly draining resources from police, from the court system. And really trying to push them towards the services that they really need, whether it be mental health, whether it be drug abuse programs. And I thought what our takeaway was, Councilmember Nasrati and I, was that we would love to come back to staff and really talk to our experts in the field, our two interim police chiefs about that, maybe and with our city staff and city manager Toby Wells, to see if there's room or interest or really resources available to explore a partnership like this again. But it's a step in the right direction. But I think the first step is definitely the collaboration and understanding our resources. And we all understand we're in an extremely tough budget situation. But I think there might be an opportunity for us to talk about some future plans to establish a program to really address these reoccurring offenders that we all see a lot of, especially our men and women that are serving our police force.
Okay, other people with comments and announcements? Okay.
Yes, just a couple. First of all, Mary Jackson mentioned it earlier, but we are going to, we're planning the cleanup, another community cleanup for November 7th. Anyone that's interested in helping out, contact me at my email. And again, it'll be just a work crew going out there and doing some cleanup. We're not doing photo ops. We're not doing pictures. We're not doing publicity. I just want people to come out and willing to get their hands dirty, do a little bit of work. So if you're interested in that, let me know. Get a hold of me. I'll get you all the details. The other thing I feel that I need to mention is we have a lot of, for some reason, there's community members that think that if they can attack the people sitting up here in the dais, and that we're just supposed to sit here. I mean, one of them actually said, you signed up for the job, so you just sit there and take it. Well, you know, there's still a limit there. Yeah, we have a civility code up here that we have to follow, but at the same time, you need to be civil as well. So we have to work together. I've said this all along. You don't have to agree with everything I say. I don't have to agree with everything you say, but we need to be able to work together. And if we can't treat each other with respect, the whole thing is going south fast, okay? So you have issues to work out, fine, let's work them out. But the people that are doing the most, making the most accusations about hate and attacking, sorry, but you're the ones that are doing the attacking. You're the ones, look at the posts you guys are putting up. You want us to work with you? I'll be more than happy to work with anybody. I've always said that. But if you're just going to be attacking us, that kind of turns us the other direction. Okay, so be civil, show a little bit of respect, and I will more than gladly do the same. I will talk with anybody about anything. If there's something you don't understand, give me a call, send me an email, we'll talk. But don't just make accusations out there and expect that you're going to be smiled at and saying, oh, thank you for that, because no, it's not going to happen. Thank you.
And on that note, I just want to get it out there on the record. A day after some of my colleagues and I met in front of City Hall for prayer, the day after, there was comments by then acting police chief that insinuated that the criminal activity that occurred more than 6 hours after our gathering was somehow associated with our prayer, our private prayer, in which we asked for the Lord's guidance. And following that accusation from the chief, there was a lot of speculation about my involvement with what occurred throughout social media and throughout this community, indicating that I was creating a lot of the chaos that was happening because of prayer. And on that very day, I called for clarification to understand those comments, and I had a private conversation with the chief in which I could tell he was very upset that we had gathered, and I did not want to speak to our conversation that occurred on that day, because I feel that he was speaking with a lack of understanding of the event that occurred, as well as with some anger and frustration that wasn't representative of a storied career, and he was nearing the end of his career, and I did not want to muddle that in any way. However, in recent days, seeing that the retired chief is engaging in some of the recall efforts, I thought it was important that the public know that on that day, the acting chief indicated to me that he would do everything in his power to make sure that my time on the council would come to an end. And days after those accusations, I had calls to my home in which my livelihood and my safety was threatened, and the person who I was expected to trust to protect me was someone who I had a strong degree of doubt in my ability to trust the man. I bit my tongue through retirement, because I was hoping that we could respect each other and that we could understand that there may be differences that we have and that we could respectfully disagree or at some point seek understanding. Unfortunately, when an individual participates in a level of political activism that continues to further personal attacks on myself, I think it's important that people know some of the facts of the matter. And beyond that, I do encourage everyone to please contact me to set up conversations. I aspire to be an accessible council member, but there is an endless barrage of attacks that we endure because there is so little trust between certain members of our public and their elected officials. And there is a sense of entitlement to be able to treat us in any which way that they feel because we have signed up for this position. But if you attack a man, I think you're asking for him to speak to some of the things that he sees within your character.
Anyone else? Okay. On that note, I would like to say that I keep my social media to a positive, and I don't expect to be attacked and tagged, antagonized by being tagged by either my name or my title from my colleagues. It's part of our civility code. It has to stop now. This isn't, if I'm getting it, then other people are getting it. And I want it to stop because I'm not on the ballot. There's only one person at this dais that's on the ballot. So let's focus on our civility, and hopefully that will come back to us. But I want it to stop immediately. I also want to tell the public, I have been receiving so many calls, emails, texts in regard to the parade. I did not make the parade not happen for the Christmas. And I need you to understand that. That was not my decision. And if anybody else here was part of that decision, please let me know, but it was not me. And so people think the mayor made these decisions. It didn't happen that way. And then finally, the Take Pride in Turlock is a free trash day for all Turlock residents. And it will be on October 17th from 8 to 12:45 at 1100 South Walnut. With that, we'll go to closed session. Madam Clerk?
One comment about the parade.
Sure.
We are policymakers.
We are.
We're not recreational directors. So the public needs to understand that we did not have anything to do with canceling the parade, or that is a recreational city staff function, not our function at all. We are policymakers. That's it.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. For closed session, item 13A, we have threat to public services or facilities, California Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with City Manager Toby Wells and City Attorney Douglas L. White. For closed session, item 13B, we have liability claims, California Government Code Section 54956.95. The claimant is Charles Lewis. Agency claimed against the City of Turlock. For closed session item 13C, we have public employee performance evaluation, California Government Code Section 54957B1, title City Attorney. And for closed session item 13D, we have public employee performance evaluation, California Government Code Section 54957B1, title City Manager.
Thank you. All right, we'll come back after the closed session. Thank you. All right, we're back from closed session.
I need to report out.
No, I don't think so. Okay, now we're back from closed session. Madam Clerk, can you report out for us?
Thank you, Mayor. For closed session items 13A and 13C, the council provided direction to staff, but no reportable action was taken. For closed session item 13B, claim filed against the city by Charles Lewis, the city council by a 5-0 vote rejected this claim for damages. And for closed session item 13D, the council completed the city manager's evaluation and the city manager received an above satisfactory review.
Thank you. All right, all in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye, aye,